Blue team departing MRAP vehicles.
Roger.
Entering pad.
Roger.
Parked at base of CAT.
Roger.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
CST 100 forward and return link is now on RF.
Roger.
Entering CAT elevator.
Roger.
Now minus 3 hours, 50 minutes.
Arrived on level 12.
Roger.
Check Channel 1.
Loud and clear.
This is Blue Team Lee, per step 100, white room toxic. Blue Team has arrived at Cat Level 12, performing white room toxic, vapor, and O2 checks.
Roger.
LC, this is Blue Team Lee.
Go ahead.
White room toxic vapor and O2 checks are acceptable, proceeding with white room configuration.
Roger.
LC Flight Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, confirm ready for hold call authority com check 2 minutes early.
Proceed.
Okay, stand by for voice loop reconfiguration.
LC, SMD, Channel 1 with a com check. How do you hear me?
I have you loud and clear on Channel 1.
I have you the same. SMD out.
LC Flight, com check on air to ground 1.
I have you loud and clear on Channel 1.
Copy, I have you loud and clear on CSD air to ground 1. This completes hold call authority com check.
Roger. Roger.
I'm check on 1.
Loud and clear.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
First step 120, white room is configured for CST 100 access.
Roger. Flick LC, channel 1.
Flick.
Proceed with CST 100, hatch operations and entry.
Roger.
Now minus 3 hours, 40 minutes.
Com check, channel 1.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Now minus 3 hours, 35 minutes. minus 3 hours, 30 minutes.
Yep, standing by. LC, slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch open, ops are complete, confined space checks are nominal.
Roger.
Houston, pad, com check on air to ground 1. Houston, pad, com check on air to ground 1.
Pad, it's Houston, loud and clear, air to ground 1.
Copy. I have you loud and clear as well. Thank you.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
Crew transport convoy is en route to LC-41. Estimated arrival at the roadblock is at L-307.
Roger. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Crew transport convoy is en route to pad. Permit entry into FHA.
Roger.
Minus 3 hours, 7 minutes.
And LC, Slick, on channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
We're ready for pad support personnel to perform OSE radio comm checks and to proceed to ground level.
Roger. Proceed.
Roger.
LCO, Sam.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport convoys cleared roadblock. 20 personnel. 20 entering FHA at this time.
Roger.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm sure you're aware, but if not, the level 12 visual cameras are out of configuration.
Repeat that, please.
The level 12 visual cameras are out of configuration for proper monitoring.
So what are you looking for?
I was curious if there was an issue with the camera control.
LCO, Sam.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle has entered the pad.
Roger. Crew is clear to proceed to level 12.
Roger. Crew is at base of the cat.
Roger.
Crew is entering the elevator.
Roger.
Crew has arrived on level 12.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Crew is on cat level 12. We can release the CTV back to the fallback area.
Roger.
L minus 3 hours.
And OSM LC.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Roger. Okay, I see the CTV backing up now.
LCSYS on 1.
Go ahead.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
CTB has departed the pad.
Roger. And OSM LC.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Roger. Please advise the CTV they are clear to proceed to the south fallback.
Roger.
L minus 5.
LCO.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 160, 1818 personnel have exited FHA roadblock.
Roger.
Copy that. CDR, Tech 5 on air to ground 1. How you read me?
CDR, got you loud and clear. How many?
Copy, got you loud and clear, CDR. CDR, perform comm check on air to ground 1 with MCC.
Houston Starliner, a CDR. How do you read?
Starliner, it's Houston. We have you loud and clear on air to ground 1. Butch, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, team.
CDR, report on air to ground 1 that we are ready to power Sloop Fan Bravo.
Houston Starliner, we're ready to power Sloop Fan Bravo.
Roger that. Houston is also ready for Suit Fan Bravo, so you'll go on the Eclipse control panel, Suit Fan Bravo to on.
All right, here we go.
CDR, confirm go airflow.
Good airflow.
All right, CDR, confirm you can reach the following items. Rotation handle control.
Good to go.
Contingency suit.
Good.
PPM suit.
Good.
Cabin vent valve. Flight 1, and I'll help you as needed.
Good.
Fire extinguisher. Need disconnect.
Good.
5-point harness disconnect.
All good.
Comm cable disconnect.
Very good.
Air umbilical disconnect.
Now minus 2 hours.
Also
45
good.
minutes.
Air umbilical disconnect, and now divert valve flow to phase.
Okay.
DST 4 counterclockwise.
Full counterclockwise confirmed.
A checklist.
Good.
All right, CDR, report on air to ground 1 that we are ready to perform suit growth leak check.
And Houston, Starliner, ready to perform CDR suit gross leak check.
Houston copies, and we're ready for CDR gross suit leak check.
All right, here we go.
All right, CDR, report good airflow.
I have good airflow.
All right, CDR, perform gross leak check. Push and hold DSC.
Push and hold. Here we go.
All right, CDR, report on air to ground 1 that suit growth leak check for CDR has been completed successfully.
Houston, Starliner, we had a successful CDR suit gross leak check.
Houston copies, good gross suit leak check on the CDR, thanks.
All right, CDR, you can open your visor now.
Tech 6.
Go Tech 6.
Hey, getting ready to hand out switch covers.
Copy. Stand by.
All right, CDR, anything else you need help with before I move to seat 2?
All good. Thank you.
Contact 5.
Go Tech 5.
LCL-1, full check confirmed.
Copy. LCL-1 fully checked.
Contact 5.
Go Tech 5.
We are ready for PLT at this time.
Copy that. We will send her in.
PLT, Tech 5 on air to ground 1. How you read me?
Loud and clear. How me?
I got you loud and clear as well. PLT, perform comm check on air to ground 1 with MCC.
Houston, PLT, air to ground 1. Comm check.
Starliner Houston has you loud and clear on Underground 1 for the PLT. Sonny, good morning.
Good morning. Got you loud and clear as well, Josh.
PLT, confirm good airflow.
PLT has good airflow.
Tech 5,
Tech 5.
pad, air to ground 1. Can you confirm our
New
new avionics cue card was installed?
avionics key card installed and old one has been put back in the PLT bag.
Pad copies.
PLT, confirm you can reach the following items. Crew reach aid.
Check.
Knee disconnect.
Check.
5-point harness disconnect.
Check.
Comm cable disconnect.
Check.
Umbilical disconnect.
Check.
Diverter valve flow to phase.
Check.
DSC full counterclockwise.
Check.
Your A checklist.
Check.
Alright, PLT, report on air to ground 1 that we are ready to perform sucrose leak check.
Houston, PLT is ready to form the suit gross leak check.
Houston copies, we're ready. Suit gross leak check on the PLT.
Alright, PLT, good airflow?
Good airflow.
Alright, let's perform sucrose leak check. Push and hold DSC. Alright, PLT, report on air to ground 1. The suit gross leak check for PLT has been completed successfully.
Houston, the suit gross leak check for the PLT has been completed successfully.
And Houston copies a good suit gross leak check on the PLT, thanks.
PLT, perform comm check on ICOM with CDR. Alright, you can open your visor now. Contact 5.
Go Tech 5.
Confirming both accelerometer for CDR and PLT are still on.
Copy. Accelerometers remain powered.
Pat, Tech 5.
Pat.
Pat for desiccant has been removed.
Copy. I'll call it into ecom.
Pat, Tech 5.
Pat.
LCL2, confirm full HX.
Copy that. LCL2, full HX.
Alright. PLT, we're going to show off your gravity indicator. Starliner crew, always an honor to strap in, my friends. Anything else you need help with before we leave and close the hatch?
Starliner Houston for the entire crew. Comm check on air to ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear.
CLT, loud and clear.
Loud and clear also. Houston has both of you, Lima Charlie, stand by for comm check of air to ground 2. I'll be coming to you over the T0 line. You'll hear me in reply on air to ground 2. Stand by.
CLT, loud and clear. Air to ground 2.
And Starliner Houston on 1. I'll give you a countdown, but in about 25 seconds, it's going to be L minus 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 30 seconds. L minus 2, 20, 30 in 10 seconds. Starliner for that check. 3, 2, 1. Mark. L minus 2 hours, 20 minutes, 30 seconds.
Good lifespan timer check.
Houston copies. And Starliner crew audio system checkout now complete.
Blue team lead, LC on 1.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, can you talk to me on channel 20?
Yes, sir.
There's a keyed headset on channel 1.
L minus 2 hours, 10 minutes.
ECS, Elsie.
ECS?
Adjust CI flow rate to 170 pounds per minute.
Roger.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Letting you know crew insertion is complete, and we are starting hatch closure preps and standing by for weather brief.
Roger. RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
L minus 1 hour, 55 minutes.
ECS LC.
ECS,
Adjust CISA temperature to 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
Roger.
LCSYS someone.
Go ahead.
Step 200 L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Ready for hatch closure and pre-launch leak checks.
Roger. Proceed with hatch closure.
Inward.
Starliner, pad, air to ground 1.
Pad Starliner, go ahead.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready. See y'all smiling faces in several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
L minus 1 hour, 45 minutes. L minus 1 hour, 40 minutes.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger. Peony 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Start sensor engine chill down.
Roger.
Arm control, LC.
Arm control.
Power on correct disarm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
Starliner, Houston, Air Ground 1. We're ready for pre-launch cabin leak checks. You can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist and configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knob to maximum.
All right, that's in work.
Copy.
LC Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Sensor engine chill down initiated.
Roger.
All right, Houston, cabin vent valve cap is removed.
Starliner, we copy, vent valve cap removed. And so Starliner, ground team is going to perform cabin pressurization. The caution will enunciate for cabin P high and cabin PPO2 high. As a function of that high cabin pressure, you can acknowledge the alarms.
Starliner, copy.
minus 1 hour, 35 minutes. L minus 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Starliner Houston, the pad is proceeding with cabin pressurization now.
Copy.
Starliner Houston, the side hatch is being configured. Audible noise may be heard.
Starliner, copy.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Could I talk to you briefly on channel 20?
Roger.
L minus 1 hour, 10 minutes.
RC, verify range ready for FTS open loop test.
Verified.
FTS LC,
This is FTS.
start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
Starliner Houston, we got a good leak check. You can open the vent valve.
All right, copy. Good leak check. That valve is coming up.
Roger.
Kevin, vent valve.
We copy, vent valve open.
LCM1 AC.
Standby AC. Proceed AC.
Yeah, we've got similar indication of CSIA thrust section temp getting close to its limits, similar to what we had before. We'd like to have a discussion on 6 about potentially safe.
Roger. Please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
LC Lockstep.
Go ahead.
Requested permission to perform Centaur LO2 transfer line reach.
Roger. Proceed. Blue team lead, LC on 1.
Go ahead, sir.
Roger. Centaur L2 is performing our rechill operation.
Roger, I'll alert the team.
Starliner, we have a good cabin vent. You can close and cap the vent valve per your checklist. Configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knob to desired levels.
Copy that, in work. Cabin vent valve closed and capped.
Starliner, we copied. Cabin vent valve closed and capped. Good config. Talk to you again in a few minutes.
Copy that.
L minus 1 hour and 1 minute.
Go ahead.
LC1 AC.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to brief our recommendation for the CISA thrust section temp.
Roger. LD, channel 1.
LD on 1.
Proceed AC.
Okay, as noted, the trend on this temp is very similar to what we saw the other day. All the other atop components are well within band, so to avoid nuisance alarm at a bad time, we're going to recommend that line item 390 be disabled.
Roger. Copy line item 390.
Correct.
LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. RLM? LC?
RLM 11.
Roger. Please disable line item 390.
Active. LC on 1, this is RLM.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
LC, this is FTS.
Go ahead.
Yes, Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
CST 100 pad operations are complete and ready to configure the White Room for launch. Annulus purge was disconnected at 13:54 Zulu.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure White Room for launch.
Roger.
L minus 50 minutes.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead on 1.
Roger.
Environmental seal has been raised and White Room is configured for launch. Blue Team is ready to clear the pad.
Roger. We're going to hold about 5 minutes before we give the final clear, Blue Team Lead.
Understood. We'll fall back to level 12 and prepare.
Roger.
LC, this is Flight Control.
Go ahead.
Steps, Operation 60, Step 70. L-3 primary steering file, adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 1 Echo Bravo Charlie has been received, verified, and is ready to load into the Inca.
Proceed with load.
Roger. LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Operation 60, Step 110, L-3, primary steering file adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 1 Echo Bravo Charlie has been verified and loaded into the Inca.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Clear the blue team to the FHA roadblock.
Roger.
OSM, LC.
OSM.
Clear the flight hazard area, turn area warning system lights for complex 41 to flashing red, and sound the area warning horn after the crew vehicles leave the area.
Roger.
FELC.
Go ahead.
Disable CAT TVM system monitoring.
Roger.
LCFE.
Go FE.
CAT TVM system disabled.
Roger.
Starliner Houston on 1 for com check.
CDR loud and clear.
Starliner Houston, we have you loud and clear on 1 as well. We'll call that our L-35 com checks. Moving on, for your awareness, boot team has departed the pad. As a reminder, the environmental seal is up, so you'll have to deal with that if you get out from this point on. And I have your AEL checklist updates, but I'll just summarize them. There's no change from our last. Let me know if you need anything, but no change to the numbers.
Okay, copy. No, we need none of them, no change. And we'll go triage side 12, which is a right turn to the south.
Right turn is correct. And that completes our L-35 updates. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stand by for LC.
LC Flight Channel 1.
Flight this ALC, stand by 1.
Stand by.
Go ahead, flight. This is LC on 1.
Yeah, ready for com check on CST Airground 2?
Roger.
Here we go.
Blue team has cleared the pad.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Flight hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
L minus 30 minutes.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm controls, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
L minus 29 minutes.
Prop 1 LC.
Prop 1, go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration is complete, and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control, start flight control final prep.
Roger.
LC, P&E 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
L minus 27 minutes. L minus 25 minutes.
LC, this is flight control.
Go ahead.
Step 90, flight control final preps complete, and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
L minus 23 minutes.
SYS, switch all secondary decoms to RF link and verify lock.
Roger.
Initiate orbital parameter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
L minus 22 minutes.
LC, Lexlin.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up, SYS.
All secondary decoms verified on RF link.
I did copy that. Please check your headset.
L minus 21 minutes. L minus 20 minutes.
PNE1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table or in the
you can
correct
configure suit
configuration
flow,
for terminal
deflate
count.
the lumbar support, configure your restraints.
RC,
For the
verify
keep
solar
your visors
radiation,
up, please.
acceptable for
Ground
launch.
here will be commanding
Verify.
off suit fan Bravo momentarily.
Starliner copies.
All communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, The observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
L minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger. Launch on time verified.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
L minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
L minus 16 minutes. L minus 15 minutes.
LC flight, channel 1 and air ground 1 are now merged going to air ground 1.
Roger, roger.
LC flight, air ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger, roger. Starliner, LC, check on channel 1.
LC, Starliner, loud and clear.
I have you loud and clear also.
Starliner, Houston, check, air ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on air ground 1. Starliner, Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
Houston, Starliner, visors closed.
Houston copies, visors closed.
L minus 12 minutes. L minus 11 minutes.
Arm controls, though the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
L minus 10 minutes.
Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and work. Ordnance configured.
Roger.
L minus 8 minutes.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
L-minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS,
Go.
flight control,
Go.
GCQ,
Go.
op support,
Go.
comm,
Go.
umbilicals,
Go.
arm control,
Go.
ECS,
Go.
redline monitor,
Go.
quality,
Go.
op safety manager,
Go.
ULA safety officer,
Go.
vehicle system engineer,
Go.
anomaly chief,
Go.
range coordinator,
Clear to proceed.
flight director,
Houston flight is go.
Starliner,
Starliner, go.
launch director,
You have permission to launch.
proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the White Room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark,
Roger.
the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 3:55.
Ground pyros enabled.
Atlas hydraulics at flight crash.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks.
Securing LO2 topping.
250. FTS internal. 159. Vehicle internal. 155.
Launch sequencer start.
150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2. 140.
Launch enabled.
137.
FTS armed. OCU's armed. FCS count started. EDS ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto.
Last arm auto.
Roger.
One minute.
Rock report range status.
Range green. 54.
POP started.
Atlas at flight press.
30.
Centaur at flight press.
25.
Status check.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Suni.
Houston, Starliner roll.
Roger, roll. You got a good throttle up.
Good throttle.
Good SRB burnout.
Good SRB.
Good handle.
Good handle.
CLG and net, good trajectory.
CLG.
All consoles start system securing.
Staging. ECAL's open. You have sublimator act.
ECAL sub-act. Great Atlas.
OSM LC. Adjust security roadblocks for pad access control. And dispatch team to complex 41 in preparation.
Staging was good. You have good control.
Good control.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
Plus 31.
Good center.
Good Centaur.
St. John's open.
St. John's.
Starliner, MECO converged 11:5 to 11:52. Good perf, you're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52, 34 seconds.
No action, Starliner, on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No action.
Starliner, you have good cooling.
Good cooling.
Thirty seconds to MECO.
30 seconds.
Nominal MECO, Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
LVSEP 14:5 to 14:52.
14:52.
Go ahead. Roger. Bring it full for pad entry. Atlas LO2. Water system. Atlas propulsion. Atlas hydraulics. Atlas pneumatics. Centaur propulsion. Ready. Centaur pneumatics. Ready. Centaur LO2. Centaur LH2. Facility electrical. Environmental control. OSM, relay safety officer. OSM, place complex 41 warning lights to flashing amber. And dispatch team onto complex 41 for initial safety inspection. Roger.
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
No action.
LVSEP confirmed.
Good LVSEP.
Starliner, your nominal TDRA show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Good targeting. And Houston Starliner.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. Backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SM RCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SM RCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Good EXDV.
Starliner, still no action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. Yeah, that's just due to the T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust align.
Denver. Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
also establish barricades around MLP and area beneath the MLP, and perform O2 LEL checks at complex 41 areas. Roger. ECS LC. Switch all ECS from GM3 to air. FELC. Coordinate with CLE and set LHC storage area and LNG farm UV detectors to automatic. And DCS LC.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
Go ahead. Affirmative.
We took a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
Good eye burn, going to NavCal 1.
Starliner, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
Okay, we copy. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Starliner, we see the sublimator message. No immediate action, but want to discuss. Let me know if you're there.
Yeah, no action. Standing by.
Okay, so you're still on the sublimator with good cooling. The rate of usage is still a little bit more than we thought it was going to be. We plan to take this all the way down to 10% water remaining in your sublimator. 10%. When we get there, we're going to close leg 2 of the sublimator. If we lose you, if you go Nordo, we want you to take leg 2 to off. That's Eclipse ATCS tab stop 5 to OFF when the sublimator gets to 10%.
Okay, copy. You're going to take sublimator 2 to close. If we go Nordo at 10%, we'll take it off with the tab stop 5.
Affirmative. I think your tab 5 will actually say close, but you're right. To close / off at 10%, and we'll have more for you soon.
Okay, copy that. Closed.
Starliner, just what we're seeing, we're expecting to be on the radiators here in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is what we're working with.
Okay, standing by, and if you need us for anything, let us know.
Starliner, as discussed, there's 10%. We've closed leg 2, standing by on routes.
Okay, yep, we see leg 2 closed as well, and we're waiting on RAS with you.
Houston, Matt 2.
Go ahead, sir.
You're back with Mission Control Houston, coming to you from Johnson Space Center. Team here in Mission Control continuing to watch over the Starliner systems. They have been continuing to watch the sublimator issue that we mentioned just before we went back to Kennedy Space Center there for an update. Those sublimators are used to cool the vehicle down before the vehicle uses its radiators for cooling. It is running out of water a little more quickly than it was expected to, but the radiators will be able to take over the cooling of Starliner just in the next few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it should not be a problem for today's flight. Another update that we got while we were getting those final words from Kennedy Space Center was that the team here on the ground is getting good data from the VESTA system. That is a key system on board Starliner. It stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensory Tracking Assembly, which is a long name because it's very important.
So that system actually does many things for Starliner. It's a combination star tracker. It's also the cameras that look at station and tell the Starliner flight control system exactly where it is and which direction it is pointed relative to space station. So the spacecraft autopilot itself will use that information during docking for automated dockings, and the crew can see those cameras while they're doing their manual docking should they need it.
So you'll be hearing a lot about the Vestas over the next 24 hours as Starliner makes its way to the space station. That is a key part of the systems that we'll be checking out along the way and then using for the actual docking.
Yes, and that system is made up of 6 cameras. It's got it's a dual redundant system, so there's 2 copies of each. There's 2 regular spectrum cameras that similar to what the human eye can see. One for a narrow field of view for looking longer distance, one for a wide field of view for shorter distances. There's also an infrared camera that can help Starliner see station while it's in the dark. It also has a laser-based LiDAR rangefinder that can also pick out the structure on station and kind of paint a 3D view of station inside of the flight computer. So that gets tied in with the rest of the data to help Starliner know exactly where it is relative to station.
So
Starliner's finishing up its third of 3 navigation calibration maneuvers. The next things coming up are enabling some of the
Good rad flow. I'm not sure if they made a notice, but there was a few warnings pop up. Those were associated with the radiators coming online. We're still watching it, but good rad flow. No action.
Yep, good rad flow. We did see him in no action. We figured that. Thanks.
And those radiators, that was one of the items I was going to say is coming up soon. Starliner turns on the radiator system based on what the current temperature is, based a little bit on solar activity and the heating it got during ascent. So now that system's on, cooling Starliner, we are looking towards getting Starliner pointed in the direction for the next upcoming burn, which is the NC burn, or the phasing burn, where that C means catch-up. During that phasing maneuver, Starliner is going to stay in a slightly elliptical orbit, but at a lower altitude than station, and it's going to use that time to catch up with station, and then we'll later move up to station's altitude for final rendezvous and docking.
View you're seeing here is of the flight control team in Mission Control Houston. In the center of the view there is Mike Lammers, the lead flight director for this mission. Next to him, Rick Hempfling, and on his other side, Josh Joshua Kutrick, the day's Capcom that you've been hearing talk with the crew. You saw Lammers there pointing around the room as he was going through a no-go call for moving into orbit ops, the next mode that Starliner will be working in, having finished its ascent and its orbital insertion burn.
Starliner, you have good cooling and you're go for orbit ops.
Outstanding. Good cooling. Go for orbit ops. And with that, we have another message we'd like you to relay.
Everyone is listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, if y'all could call Kennedy Space Center crew quarters and strongly request that they release Joe Acaba and James Branson from quarantine. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a call. I'm not sure Joe's going to want to leave, but we'll pass it along.
You may be right. He said a lot of free bacon.
Sounds good.
You heard there that go for orbit ops that was communicated up to the crew that we were talking about just a moment ago. And also, of course, Butch Wilmore calling down that the chief astronaut, Joe Acaba, can be released from quarantine. Butch and Suni went into quarantine April 22nd, so they had a bit of a longer than expected quarantine as they waited for today's launch, but they are safely in space. So now that those who have been in close contact with them and needed to preserve their own quarantine to make sure that no germs were sent up to the International Space Station can also end their quarantine.
And Houston, are you ready for PCS activation?
We're ready. Here go for PCS activation.
Here we go. And Houston, I've burped the PPM suit open via step 1.14 3 times. It keeps cycling back above up to 152.
Okay, we copy all, and the word is that you can just hold there and move on. It's a good value.
Okay, we'll go with that. All right, we'll call the PCS System Act complete for my steps. Let me know if, check me, make sure I didn't miss it.
We're checking. Starliner, your PCS activation looks good.
Outstanding.
For those just joining us, or for those who've been watching since launch, Starliner is doing the last bit of coast before it gets to the NC burn, or the phasing burn. We've got about a little over 9 minutes till we get to that burn. In the meantime, Starliner is currently in the process of turning back on its OMAC engines, or its orbital maneuvering and control jets. Those are the larger thrusters that will push Starliner for large burns, large trajectory changes on orbit.
And Houston, the hatch locking device is installed.
We copy. Hatch locking device installed. Thanks.
And Starliner is finishing its pointing maneuver to get into the NC thrust line orientation. That is getting Starliner pointed in the correct orientation to perform the NC burn.
Step 9, com check, air to ground.
Step 9, com check. Houston has you loud and clear.
I read you the same. We're set up via the table.
Roger. Starliner, good config for the NC burn.
Good config for NC. Houston, Starliner, com check on the handheld mic.
Houston has you loud and clear, handheld mic.
Give me another 5 count there, Houston.
This is Houston, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have you loud and clear, handheld.
Yeah, we're just checking the volume on the speaker. Thanks.
Copy.
And you just heard some back and forth there between Mission Control and Butch Wilmore. The crew switched off of using their headsets. That way they don't have to stay wired into the console the whole time and wear those headsets. They've switched over to the speaker and handheld mic inside Starliner for any communication they need to do down to the ground. We're now coming up on about 3 minutes till the NC phasing burn. We're coming up on 2 minutes till Starliner's NC burn. Starliner is currently pointed forwards in the direction that it's traveling. It's going to fire its thrusters, increasing the altitude of the other side of its orbit. So right now, Starliner did its orbital insertion burn to raise its altitude. Now it needs to raise the other side of its elliptical orbit. We're expecting that NC burn to be about 25 seconds long. And 30 seconds till the expected NC burn. And NC burn is starting for good OMAC burn. Engine burns.
Good NC burn.
Good NC.
Hey, firm, you're on your way to tail sun, step 12.
We see it.
And that call up from Capcom Joshua Kutrick to the crew. And Butch responding, he sees the same data. Starliner had a successful NC burn. Starliner's orbit is now a slightly elliptical orbit, varying between 324.7 kilometers and 323.6 kilometers. In the meantime, while Starliner waits for its next burn, coming up, the NHPC-1 burn, which is 20 hours and 42 minutes away. Starliner's moving itself into a tail-to-sun mode, so it's going to point its solar rays back at the sun and just use it to kind of top up the batteries while Starliner continues its phasing catch-up maneuver with ISS. with this first section of downtime that the crew's going to have, they're going to be using this time to get out of their suits. Should take a few minutes per crew member, but in the meantime, Starliner is also starting to open up its NDS NASA docking system entry cover. That should stay open for a majority of the flight. That way Starliner will be ready for docking. And flight control is here in Houston. Noting they see the entry cover open, we're getting that telemetry data and showing it on our virtual external display of Starliner.
Starliner, your entry cover is open and complete. You also have a good ADF cal, and we're with you moving over to rendezvous monitor.
Yep, just about to do that ourselves. Here we go. Rendezvous monitor.
And crew acknowledging, they also see NDS cover open. Also noted getting called up is good ADS cal for attitude determination system. Now that Starliner has moved into a different orientation, just confirming that its internal calculation of its position and orientation agrees with what the crew's seeing on the ground.
Good morning. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and I am joined by Jim May from Boeing, and we are going to continue to bring you live coverage of the in-flight portion, the phasing portion of Starliner's mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, Wilmore and Williams launched at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning today from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The duo did liftoff on the Atlas V rocket and are slated to dock to the International Space Station's forward port of the Harmony module just a little less than 24 hours from now, targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, June 6th. Following docking, the crew will complete hatch opening operations, targeting that hatch opening around 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow afternoon, and welcome remarks to follow around 1:20 p.m. Central. At this time, Wilmore and Williams are awake and have a busy few hours ahead of them. First up was the NC burn, which took place just a short time ago and was successful. This burn helps get Starliner in the proper trajectory in preparation for tomorrow's docking. Next up, the crew will begin to prepare for their first PAO, or Public Affairs Office Mustang event. This is the first opportunity for the crew to provide remarks on the mission thus far and their flight into orbit. Following this, the CFT crew will also conduct some far-field piloting checkouts and provide feedback to the teams on the ground on those checkouts. We will discuss these piloting checkouts a bit more here shortly as we approach them. Following this, the crew will complete data collection on VESTA, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is essentially a vision-based system which helps with tracking and docking, of course, for Starliner. The crew will also complete other tasks and checkouts, do a little cleanup, all before completing a medical conference and getting some rest. So as you can see, quite a busy few hours ahead for the crew. Because this is a test flight, there are multiple checkouts and tests that occur as part of the eventual certification process of Starliner. And coming up here in just a few minutes at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, we will have the opportunity to hear from managers at both NASA and Boeing and United Launch Alliance about today's successful launch of Butch and Suni. You can tune in and listen into that news conference on the NASA TV channel or the nasa.gov website. We will be splitting our channels, so we'll have a media-only loop that will be provided as audio-only coverage. We are continuing to cover every step of the way along this mission until we do dock, but we will be splitting those channels out in order to broadcast the post-launch news conference. And if you are just joining us, we now are over an hour and a half into today's flight of the first crewed flight of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft.
Starliner, Houston, Air to Ground 1, Vesta Sensor Orientation Command sent.
You did hear that call up to the crew regarding the Vesta, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is that vision-based system, really important for docking and tracking of Starliner. Later today, there will be an entire checkout and data collection of the Vesta system, and we'll be sure to cover it live every step of the way.
Starliner, Houston, when able. Not urgent, just a couple things.
And again, we are targeting a post-launch news conference to begin here momentarily, where leaders from NASA, Boeing, and ULA will have the opportunity to discuss today's flight of Butch and Suni, the successful liftoff occurring at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. And those leaders will also answer questions from the media during that news conference. You can join and watch along on that post-launch news conference if you would like on nasa.gov or NASA Plus.
Starliner, no action on cabin fan DP. It's a deucer, and we're working on clearing the message for you. Starliner, we just want to make sure we have you after going back to 2 grounds and lower LDR. So do you hear this? Houston on 1. Starliner, this is Houston on Air Ground 1 in the blind. And we think that our audio is getting on board and that you hear this, but we have not heard from you. So if you're here in Houston, feel free to just deflect the RHC, deflection on the RHC. We'll see that if you're hearing us. And we saw that, Houston. We saw the RHC, so stand by. We're still not hearing you on the loops, but we did see your action.
And the teams here in
Starliner, Houston, one thing we're hearing here is to check the handheld mic connector, make sure it's fully plugged in still and hasn't dislodged. And Starliner, one more reminder, just things we can think of here is check that your chippa is installed. You'll need that plugged in to use the handheld mic.
And you are
All right,
hearing...
Houston, we've cycled all the buttons. Chippa is installed. How do you read air to ground 1?
Starliner, we have you loud and clear now, air to ground 1.
Okay, great. Fantastic. We are with you in rendezvous monitor.
Okay, copy. Just getting caught up. Vector sensor orientation command has been sent, and then I have one action for you for the humidity system if you're ready.
We are ready.
All right, we saw your activation. We would like to cover the desiccant under seat 1, and so whenever it's convenient, we want you to go to the provisions bag on the cargo adapter, get the desiccant cover out, and you can use that to cover the desiccant under seat number 1. How copy?
Okay, Sonny will grab that and we'll cover the desiccant under seat 1.
Good words.
And I don't know if you heard our question earlier, but the male piddle packs, the urine packages, we cannot find those. We found the clips, but no pack.
Okay, we did not hear that question, but we'll take it and get right back to you with an answer.
And one more time, the location of that desiccant cover, Houston.
Yeah, it's in a cargo adapter on seat 5 cargo adapter, and the bag we think is going to be labeled vehicle provisions. It's the bag on the seat 5 cargo adapter.
Okay, seat 5 cargo adapter, vehicle provisions, copy.
And you did hear some calls from here on the ground up to the crew of Starliner. Mainly you heard the voice of NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, who is the commander of Starliner, stepping through some procedures to ensure that communication was routed properly. All of that seems to be resolved at this point, and working through some cargo operations and stowage.
Okay, Houston, I put the cover on underneath seat 1. For underneath seat 5, do you need something done there as well?
Copy on Starliner. I think you're good, but I'll check. Sonny, we double checked and you're in a good config. No action needed under seat 5. Starliner, the NDS SCS checkout's complete and nominal.
Outstanding. Thanks.
And Starliner, per the timeline, if you're good with it, we are going to power on Mustang. Power on and Mustang.
That sounds good.
Capcom calling up to the crew. They're going to power on the Mustang system. A reminder that Mustang system is the series of cameras and microphones that are throughout Starliner's cockpit. In this case, they're going to record a message to send down to Earth later. A few remarks on the mission so far, what Butch and Suni are thinking. But they should be simultaneously downcasting that over the air-to-ground loop, and so we should be able to pick it up here on the live feed.
Starliner Houston, for the Piddle Pack location, we're here in starboard bag by the side hatch.
Say again, what was it you said the location for what?
It's the location that you were asking about for the Piddle Packs and starboard bag beside the side hatch.
Yeah, that's where we looked. We didn't see them. We'll look again.
Yeah.
There was the yellow clips were there. There were some pads, but there were no bags for the pads.
Copy all, and we'll dig deeper somewhat.
What node?
Starliner, for Butch. We're still investigating your question, but in the meantime, we're hearing there are more bags in the environmental health kit, same place you'd be pulling the CSACP out of.
We copy. Yep, we found some bags.
Copy.
Catching up on Starliner's CFT mission to ISS. It's been about 43 minutes since Starliner performed the NC, or phasing burn, and that's put Starliner on a trajectory to catch up with Space Station and dock just a little over 23 hours from now. The crew is getting themselves comfortable inside the cockpit, doing a handful of things after getting out of their suits. We do expect an upcoming call down from the crew over the air-to-ground loop that we should be able to hear on the broadcast. We are also expecting a final checkout of the NDS system before they stow it away again for use later for docking tomorrow. As part of the preparations for the wait to the next burn, while the crew gets themselves.
Starliner, Houston, before we on the ground step into some cabin fan config, we just wanted to make sure, confirm you guys are out of your suits fully doffed.
Yes, we are de-suited and ready for far field piloting checkouts on your call.
Copy all. On that note, Starliner, confirm centerline cameras set up, ready to go.
That's in work.
Copy.
And Butch confirming that the crew have gotten out of their suits. They did call down that they found the BioBreak items that they were looking for. Upcoming, the crew is going to install the centerline camera. So there is a removable camera that gets mounted to the center window on the forward docking port of Starliner. It's used as a alternate navigation device for the crew specifically, and has a camera that will allow them to see the centerline image of the docking port as they approach ISS on their crew tablets. Additionally, they're going to perform one of the first manual piloting demonstrations coming up as part of the far field piloting checkouts.
Starliner for suit fans and cabin fans when able.
Yes, Houston, go ahead.
All right, we're caught up with our side of the cabin fan reconfig, and so we need you to take both suit fans to OFF and then set all cabin fan speeds to 5.
Okay, both suit fans coming off, and cabin fan speeds, you want all 3 at 5.
Affirmative, good words.
Okay, suit fans are off, cabin fan speeds, Alpha Bravo Charlie at 5.
We see it.
And you are continuing to hear callouts from the ground, namely from the Capcom, or capsule communicator, Josh Kutrick, who is supporting Starliner right now. The team in Mission Control Houston is about to go through a shift handover, so we'll then be hearing the voice of Neil Nagata to his left on the screen there, or his right rather. Butch and Suni are working to configure fans inside of Starliner ahead of upcoming activities. And a bit later this afternoon, they will work to get a camera set up ahead of those far field piloting checkouts. These are checkouts that take place in anticipation of certification of Starliner to ensure that the spacecraft can be...
Starliner, your cabin fan config looks all good. And one last verification for us. Can you confirm that 10.406 is complete? So that's your everything good set up with the WAP, tablets, and Mustang power up.
Yes, we are. That is still in progress. We're almost there.
Copy, thanks.
So again, the crew will begin getting that camera set up here shortly for those far field piloting demos. This demo will utilize visual cues as well as using the attitude direction indicator to ensure that the spacecraft could be piloted manually if required. Though this is not expected or required, this is something that is required for the certification of Starliner. Starliner is an autonomous spacecraft, meaning most operations require no input from the crew. However, the crew will provide a test out manually should that situation be required.
All right, Houston, the WAP is powered. We do have a good bolt, and Sarah County camera is almost done.
Copy all, thanks.
And the sat phone battery has been removed.
We copy.
And Commander Butch Wilmore confirming a few things. First, that the wireless access point has been installed and ready for their use for sending spacecraft data to their crew tablets. They also take the battery out of their sat phone. So there's a satellite phone the crew can use in the event of emergency to give them a direct line to emergency personnel once they've landed. But since they're in orbit right now, they're going to go ahead and take the battery out of that and stow it for use. Bring it back up when they re-enter Earth's atmosphere after the mission.
for far-field piloting checkouts on your call. So let us know when we're ready to power the camera and start doing all this, getting set up for it.
Starliner, we copy all. Sounds like we will let you know, but it sounds like we'll be ready on time. I know there's a few items left for the team down here on the timeline, and they're targeting a on-time start for the checkout based on lighting. But more to follow. We'll let you know when we're ready.
That sounds great. Sounds good. Thanks.
And if you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage following the liftoff of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. At this time, the crew is awake and looking ahead to the far-field piloting checkouts. These manual piloting far-field demos are conducted in anticipation of eventual certification of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. This demo ensures that the crew could provide attitude maneuvering and translation control capability manually. While this is not expected or required, this is something, again, that is needed ahead of certification. Because Starliner is an autonomous spacecraft, it means most operations require no input from the crew. However, the crew will provide a test out manually of the far-field piloting capabilities just in case that would be required.
Starliner Houston, timeline sync up when able.
Hey, Neil, good to hear your voice. We are with you. Go ahead.
Hey, Suni. Good afternoon. Yeah, good to hear you guys now on this call. Just looking to see where you are in the cabin monitoring procedure. We just needed to get synced up on a timeline. In particular, when it comes down to the CNS setup, wanted to make sure that you guys were able to get the tablet on charge, and that's working for us. And then battery percentage reports for the tablet for the tablets that you have deployed.
Okay, yes, let me just go over this with you guys, just for what you want to know. That we got all the CNS set up. We've got a tablet plugged in. It's at 77%, so I'm not positive it's really charging. Just, when I first started, it was like 84%.
Okay, Sonny, I think you said that the tablet you had plugged in started at around 84. It's now at 77. And then if we get the other percentages, we'll take the serial numbers for the tablet.
This is serial number 9. We don't have any of the other ones deployed quite yet.
Okay, copy that. And for the other items in cabin monitoring, just looking for a status there, see if we got through that one.
Let me give you a rundown. Handheld switch covers are on. Handheld mic is out. On the battery is removed from the survival radio. Side half safety strap is on. Suits are off. We didn't deploy the curtain yet. I have not pulled out the CSACP quite yet.
Okay.
FDF, we've semi-deployed that. We'll get all the cars up at the end of our piling demo. The camera is set up. The CG accelerometers are off, and we just have some water out if we need it.
And serial number 12, tablet number 12, it's set up and ready. I just haven't turned it on, trying to save the battery. Do you want me to turn it on and check it?
Yeah, no need right now. And hey, Butch, we'll get the battery status from you once you activate it.
Outstanding. Hey, we haven't heard how the launch looked. Was it pretty sweet?
Hey, yeah.
It's pretty sweet from our vantage point, I can tell you that much.
Hey, the coverage looked great for me. I was just sitting at home waiting for ROI to come in. It was a great launch, actually. Weather was perfect.
So there weren't very many clouds obscuring the view?
No, you guys are the only things making clouds. And for the timeline, too, we're going to be ready to take a look at the OCC bold checkout that Sunny's got.
Okay.
And as you know, we also were taking a look at some sublimator performance on the way uphill. We're going to look at trying to perform a sublimator refill, so you guys can take a look at that in the procedure if you want to, if you got some time.
Yeah, are you looking to do that before we hit the rack, or is that something we'll do tomorrow?
Yeah, Butch, looks like we're going to try to squeeze it in today, but we're still talking it.
Alrighty.
And that's going to be 10.5.401 when you get there.
10541.
And you did hear those words from the ground up to the Starliner crew. That's NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. The team here in Mission Control Houston is now being led by the Orbit 3 flight crew and the flight director Ed Van Cise, who's currently on console supporting this leg of the mission. And you will hear a new voice of the capsule communicator, Capcom. You see him there on your screen. That is Capcom Neil Nagata. He'll be the voice that does interface with the crew aboard Starliner. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, over 2.5 hours into today's mission of the Starliner flight. The next major milestone that we are looking ahead towards are the far field piloting checkouts that we've been discussing.
And Sonny, for that tablet that you have plugged into the charger, we'd like you to unplug it and plug it back in, and tell us if the tablet's telling you it's receiving a charge.
All right, she unplugged it and she's plugged it back in. And we've got the little plug symbol that says it's receiving charge.
All right, good news. We'll watch that one for a little bit, then we'll check back on it.
Outstanding.
And Butch and Sonny doing some IT troubleshooting the same way we do on Earth with unplugging it and plugging it back in. But they've confirmed that they've got good charge on the tablet they've got plugged in. Looking forward a little bit, talking about the far-field demos that are going to be manually flown by the crew. We've got a handful, some RHC and THC checkout, comm maneuvers coming up, low power mode recovery, and some manual thrust align and tail to sun maneuver back and forth.
Last thing on the timeline, Starliner, we are ready to accept the bold demo, ready for the first block of PAO words, and then the PMCs, we talked about at a handover, those are optional. You guys just let us know if you want them.
All right, Houston, we copy. We've got numbers for the bold. What are you looking for specifically? And yeah, we'll take a PMC. Why not?
All right, Roger. We'll plan on keeping it. And stand by for bold. All right, Butch, we'll take the deorbit TIGs and the landing sites that you see.
Okay, copy, stand by. All right, Neil, ready to copy?
We're ready.
Okay, orbit 16, 0606, 158, 16, 12, 00, Wilcox, ascending left.
Checking. And Sunny, just verifying it was 16, 11, 58.
Well, we have 16, 12, 00, pretty close.
All right, yeah, copy. That's good. Thanks for the test.
Okay, I've got 3 other sites, but is that all you want?
Yeah, just that one for the OCC there.
Okay, sounds good.
And those calls from NASA astronaut Suni Williams to the ground, discussing a variety of coordinates should a landing need to take place. We are not tracking anything like that, but this is all part of that certification process. Here on the ground, our FIDOs, our Flight Dynamic Officer, will take those numbers, ensure that everything is tracking well and properly for the trajectory of Starliner. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, 2 hours and 43 minutes into today's flight.
Starliner Houston, we're going to be go for you to start the far field piloting checkouts now, and we'll pick up the PAO later. We need the lighting for the checkout.
Okay, we like it.
And the team on the ground verifying lighting conditions look good ahead of those far field piloting checkouts, which will begin here momentarily.
And Houston, we assume you've got Mustang activated.
Yep.
And we are awaiting the beginning of the manual piloting far field demo. This demo ensures that the crew could provide attitude maneuvering and translational control capability manually. While we do not expect this, it is part of the certification process for Starliner. One of the requirements for this checkout is that it occurs in daylight, which the crew currently is in a daylight orbit at the moment. We expect this checkout to take about 2 hours. And there's a variety of different manual piloting techniques that they will utilize as part of that certification. Part of it will also include using a stopwatch to take measure of where Starliner is at and ensure it is tracking as expected. As we await the start of these far-field piloting checkouts, one of the first steps that the crew will do is start up the center line camera. If you've been following along, you may be aware that both NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are test pilots, so this is a great opportunity for them to utilize those skills as they really put Starliner through its paces as part of these far-field piloting checkouts. Another aspect of these manual piloting checkouts that will take place, you might hear the call of something along the lines of bad SIGI recovery demo. Again, as part of these checkouts, you might hear the call bad SIGI or SIGI in recovery mode. That SIGI is the Space Integrated GPS Inertial Navigation System, essentially the GPS that Starliner utilizes to track its location. So as part of these manual piloting checkouts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams will put Starliner through its paces to ensure that they could recover should something have gone wrong with that SIGI system. Again, this is all part of the certification process of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Other checkouts that they'll do as part of the manual piloting checkouts include pointing the spacecraft tail to sun in an orientation to ensure that Starliner can get power from its solar arrays.
And Starliner Houston, just touching base with you on the far field checkout for making sure that the cameras are set up and we're ready to go.
As you would expect, Houston, the difficulty is getting tied into the Wi-Fi, just like on every other system you've ever tried to tie into. But we have finally got it. So that part is a success. And we're ready to, for 1.2, is moding to sequence 31.
Okay, yeah, and just for my own sake, Wi-Fi to the camera, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's camera, and also you've got to have the right Wi-Fi so you can zoom via the tablet, all of that.
Yeah, okay, copy that. We'll talk that a little bit later. Yeah, we're ready for 1.2.
And NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore confirming that the camera is set up and in the right configuration ahead of those crew manual piloting checkouts that should be underway here momentarily.
All right, here comes sequence 21, or 31.
Roger.
Commander Butch Wilmore, switching Starliner to flight plan sequence 31. This flight sequence is a contingency coast tail to sun. It's going to be the start of their manual flying parameters, proving their ability to manually pilot the vehicle from a contingency state. A contingency maneuver, contingency plan is if the vehicle is in an off-nominal state. For example, after an emergency or during a time where they need to identify a problem on the vehicle, they'd go to that sequence, and the crew's going to work their way flying from that sequence to a handful of other attitudes and positions per the flight test specifications.
All right, Houston, ready for pulse hold?
Ready.
And Commander Butch Wilmore does now have control of the spacecraft and is conducting those manual piloting checkouts.
The first maneuver that Butch Wilmore will be making is flying nose to Earth to get a good communication with the satellites should they be moving from an out of nominal orientation to one that they can use to help diagnose the problem with the ground.
And if you are just joining us today, we are continuing to provide live coverage following the liftoff of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. At this time, the crew, namely the commander, Butch Wilmore, has command of this spacecraft as he works through far-field piloting checkouts. These checkouts are in anticipation of Starliner certification, and he is working to point the spacecraft nadir and select the aft antenna, essentially just pointing the spacecraft in the proper configuration so that they would have the best possible communications if required for manual piloting. Again, this is not something that we expect. However, it is part of the certification process as Starliner is a fully autonomous vehicle.
The Starliner saw the RHC caution go into and out of alarm. Look, transient looks like you're still flying. No action, obviously. Just continue to fly. We're taking a look at it.
Okay, yeah, we're in our first attitude now.
Roger.
All right, we're going manual antennas.
Roger.
Butch Wilmore is switching Starliner's antenna selection, which is normally done automatically based off the scheduled use of, or schedule for the teeter satellites that Starliner and ISS share. But since they are making a off-plan maneuver as part of this flight test objective, they're going to manually select which antenna they're using to get communication with mission control.
All right, Houston, we are in the attitude. It looks like we want to hold for 15 minutes. You concur?
Yeah, concur.
All right, we started time.
Starliner, just be advised, we're right on the edge of the bore site of that antenna, and so we'll just expect Tom to get a little ratty.
Appreciate the heads up.
As part of this flight test objective, with an off-nominal pointing of Starliner and trying to get communication with the teacher satellites, Capcom calling up to Butch, letting him know that the direction the antenna is pointed is a high bore site, which means the satellite it is pointing at is just at the edge of the cone that the antenna uses to connect to the satellite. During this about 15-minute section of the manual piloting demo, Butch and Suni will be maneuvering Starliner to point it incrementally in different directions to help improve power generation, which means the crew is going to be trying to tilt the solar array as close to the sun as it can get while still maintaining connection with that antenna to the satellite. This will help charge the batteries while they're in this off-nominal orientation. One of the main reasons that the crew is holding this attitude for about 15 minutes is that it mimics what the crew would need to do in this situation to help point Starliner's solar rays at the sun for about 15 minutes, which equals the amount of time that they will be within a nominal solar day, which is when the sun is visible to the crew from when they started the maneuver.
And the crew is in a day pass at this time as they perform that hold for 15 minutes. This is just to have the ideal configuration to assess that power generation in this process.
Houston, we're back with you. We switched over to lower left antenna.
Roger.
Hey, did you hear my other question? Do we really need to keep the centerline camera powered up? We might want to save the battery, we're thinking. Your thoughts?
Yes, semi. Hey, Butch. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit down here. We're going to want the data from the manual Earth pointing demo.
Okay. All right, well, remind me to, I don't think it's got a chip in it for recording.
Okay, yeah, copy that, and just be advised, that's going to be step 2 when you're doing the attitude recovery demo.
Okay.
And big picture here, Butch, we don't need the video recorded, but we think that y'all are going to want it for the centerline camera view of that activity.
Yeah, I got you, thanks.
And hey, be advised, we deactivated the LWIRs here from the ground as a conservative step to make sure that we don't get any stray light into those sensors.
Copy, thank you.
And as part of the far-field piloting checkouts, the crew continues to hold their attitude as part of that 15-minute timer. This is taking place during a day pass to assess power generation for Starliner. As the Starliner crew continues that 15-minute hold, the crew aboard the International Space Station, that crew of 7 is beginning to wrap up their workday here shortly and looking forward to Butch and Suni's arrival tomorrow. We are targeting docking of Starliner to the forward port of Harmony at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, with a hatch opening to follow around 1 p.m. On board the International Space Station, again, there are currently 7 astronauts and cosmonauts living aboard. Those include Oleg Kononenko.
Houston, back with you on the aft antenna. We show about 1 more minute.
Roger. And concur.
Again, the crew on board Space Station includes Oleg Kononenko, who is the current Space Station commander, who just yesterday surpassed 1,000 days of cumulative time in space, Nikolai Chub from Roscosmos, Tracy Dyson of NASA, Mike Barrett of NASA, Matt Dominic of NASA, Jeanette Epps of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gurbankin. Again, we are targeting that docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
All right, Houston, we are ready for point mode auto on the antenna.
We'll take it.
Okay, and we're ready for step 2 if you are.
And we're ready too, Butch. And then also for the centerline camera correction, it was step 3 where that would really come in handy.
Yeah, we figured that out. No problem. Okay, inhibiting SIGI 1.
Roger.
All right, we got no white dot on SIGI 1, and over to you, Houston. Stand by.
All right, stand by. Okay, Butch, we've got the attitude bias in on SIGI 1, so we're ready for you to check on step 2.2.2.
2.2.2, here we go. Okay, we're up to 2.3.
Roger.
During this phase of the manual flight test demonstration, Mission Control uploaded a update to the internal estimate on one of the SIGIs, specifically the.
All right, here we go. Inhibiting SIGI 2 and SIGI 3.
We're ready.
The inertial navigation system. The Mission Control sent an update to the inertial navigation system 1 on SIGI 1 to change its estimate to be something worse than normal. What Butch is going to do is only use that single SIGI.
It's expected.
Affirmative. Okay, we got 2 up.
Roger.
So, Butch Wilmore's flying Starliner, they purposely gave the inertial navigation system of Starliner.
See the same, and we'll just expect Radicom while you're maneuvering.
Sounds good.
With Mission Control sending a bad estimate of Starliner's attitude on purpose to the inertial navigation system, Butch is going to take over manual control and orient Starliner to point at the stars to then update that value to go back into normal range.
And on this graphic on your screen, you can see the Starliner spacecraft as it continues to make its way towards the International Space Station and play a little bit of catch-up here. Again, we are targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. The crew is continuing a series of far-field piloting checkouts to certify Starliner. And this view from inside the white flight control room, which is the Starliner flight control room of the flight director on console during this Orbit 3 shift, Ed Van Cise, as well as the Capcom or capsule communicator, which is the voice you hear communicating to NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. That is Neil Nagata.
All right, Houston, we think we got a pretty decent attitude away from the sun, away from the Earth.
Roger.
Here comes tab 23, line course line.
Roger.
Okay, here comes tab 24.
Ready.
And to just break down a little bit more of what is taking place at this time, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are completing those far-field piloting checkouts, particularly when it comes to the bad SIGI recovery mode. The SIGI is the Space Integrated GPS Inertial Navigation System, essentially the GPS system on Starliner. So Mission Control Houston did intentionally send a bad command or bad GPS signal to the Starliner spacecraft, and now the crew in that manual piloting mode is working to utilize...
Looks like everything's confirmed up to 2.4.5, and we're going 0.3.
We concur.
They'll utilize the stars around them in order to maintain that proper navigation.
All right, forcing the attitude update into SIGI 1.
Roger. And that looked good.
We agree. Going to point hold.
Roger.
And we'll go tab 23 back to final line.
Roger.
And if you're ready, we'll do the load cal from SMC 2.4.7.
We're ready.
So far during this part of the flight demonstration, Butch Wilmore has reoriented Starliner to point at the stars, and this was after MCC sent a purposefully...
All right, we think we like what we see. If you do, we'll do the tab 26 and force SIGI 1 attitude update.
Looks great down here. We're ready.
Butch Wilmore following up after MCC sent a purposefully bad attitude estimation update to the inertial navigation system, pointing at the stars to get a new estimate, clearing the previous estimate, and now they're having Starliner calculate its new estimated attitude.
All right, we like what we see. We'll go tab 4 and 5 and bring back SIGI 2 and SIGI 3 into enable to your current.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, Houston. Looks like we're up to step 3 and you've got some steps.
All right, Moose, putting those in work now. I'll let you know when she's done.
Outstanding.
And we're still working on the 3.1 steps, but just be advised, sunset's going to be in about 3 minutes.
Copy.
And Starliner, we're going to go ahead and wait for sunset down here, and then once we're there, we're going to fire up the IRs so you can use them for the plus X align maneuver.
Okay, standing by.
Starliner ready for you to pick up in step 3.2.
Okay, 3.2, here we go.
And NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams continuing to step through procedures as part of those far-field piloting checkouts. At this time, the commander, Butch Wilmore, is working to fly the Starliner spacecraft to the proper attitude. He's utilizing out-of-the-window cues to fly Starliner, given the prior checkouts that took place with the SIGI system. And you do see this graphic on your screen there of some of those simulated thruster firings. We do not have video of the Starliner spacecraft live right now, but this is a pretty good simulation that shows you what is happening with the spacecraft. Those are the RCS thrusters, or the reaction and control thrusters. There are 28 of those on Starliner in all. Each creates about 100 pounds of thrust and really do fine adjustments of the spacecraft as part of this manual far-field piloting checkout. There are also OMAC, or Orbital Maneuvering and Control engines on Starliner. There's 20 of those in all, and each of those produces about 1,500 pounds of thrust and are used for those bigger burns when more large adjustments are needed in the trajectory.
Looks like timing Houston has got us over the ocean and just some lightning to check with, and that's really difficult to show my attitude or determine my attitude from that.
Yeah, I was just looking at that on the world map. Got almost the whole of Indian Ocean to get to. Looks like we'll get you Tasmania and New Zealand here in about, I don't know, what is that, about 15 minutes? And just to reiterate that, it's okay. We can take our time with this one until you get some good visuals.
Yeah, we got you. I think I'm close, but like I said, the wide field cameras, Vestas are not really helping us out much.
Yeah, copy. Hey, Butch, have you tried the IRs? And Butch, sorry about that. If you got some of that, walked right into a little handover there. Have you used the IRs?
Stand by. Yeah, it looks like IR1's not helping us either.
Okay. Ray also mentioned that maybe you can adjust the settings on the centerline camera for gain or exposure and gain on the centerline camera. I mean, we get it. There's not a lot of features over there in the ocean.
Yeah, we. Okay, we're giving it a shot.
Roger.
And so you did hear those words from the Capcom or capsule communicator Neil Nagata up to the commander Butch Wilmore as he utilizes manual flying as part of this checkout. They are flying by looking out the window of the Starliner spacecraft, and you heard them talk about the fact that they're flying over the ocean at the moment, as you can see, so it can be a bit challenging given that there's no major distinguishing landmarks or features, and it is nighttime too, but it's important to do these checkouts.
Right now, I can barely make out the horizon. On the only one I can see it really is wide field 2, and we're over black over the Earth, so I see nothing on the out the window either.
Okay. Yeah, copy. That's sort of what we're expecting, but we've also got the gain control on the wide field 2 camera. Did you try that?
Yeah, we'll try it again.
And so, understanding there's no features to track, we'll just sit tight until you get some features to get a fine correction on the attitude, and you can call it good. Just for your situational awareness, I'm showing you guys almost directly due south from the tip of India. So we'll get Tasmania, New Zealand, and the sun will be coming up just after you pass over Tasmania.
Okay, now we've got a little bit of light coming in on Whitefield 2, and it actually looks pretty decent as far as our attitude goes.
Okay. And Butch, for this test and this data gathering, we're just looking for your assessment as to whether or not you think it's good enough. So if you're comfortable with it there, we can take that and make our comparisons with the truth.
Yeah, right now, based on what I can see on the Whitefield 2, it looks pretty decent. I'd probably go with that.
Okay, stand by handing over. All right, but yeah, with that call, we're done with step 3. Machines here on the ground right now are telling me your LVLH pitch yaw roll is 358-180, and you were you were pretty solid there when you started calling down about the lack of features. I had 355-180 before we started adjusting the camera settings. So stand by. We need to talk about step 4 here on the ground, and I'll get right back with you.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that. We're standing by.
Butch, Wilmore, and Mission Control have been working their way through the end of section 3. At the end of that part of the flight test objective, they were looking for Butch Wilmore to point Starliner at the horizon and determine if he could make out the horizon feature to help use it for navigation for a backup maneuver. It did take a little bit longer than they'd like, but that is because they're currently over about the middle of a darkness period as they're transiting through the southern hemisphere, just a little north of Antarctica, directly south of India. So as they're coming and getting a little bit of light over the horizon, Butch was able to make out the features, and they're going to move on to the next set of test objectives.
Okay, Butch and Suni, we talked about it here on the ground. We're ready to get into step 4, demo for OCC 4.3. The thing is here, we're going to need some good comm throughout the demo. So before anytime you do a burn, make sure that you either got the comm space to ground display or you're looking at the AOS LOS indication on the waistband, and that'll tell us if we have good comm. Second thing is to remind you here that the timing's really sensitive, so we'll take full-length Tennessee's or Massachusetts as required.
That sounds good. And are you ready for 211 and then override on the guidance ID?
Yeah, we're ready for that. We see 4.2 complete. We're ready for 4.3.
Copy, here we go.
And Starliner, just be advised, we are overriding the IR shutters to close.
We copy. Houston, we're ready for sequence 34.
We'll take it.
And the next portion of the manual piloting far field demo includes a attitude maneuvering, a manual translational control capability in particular to ensure that the crew could take control of the spacecraft and perform that maneuver if required.
8 seconds, Houston.
Roger.
All right, Houston, we're in transpulse point 1 and pulse.
Looks good.
And if you are just joining us, those far-field piloting checkouts continue as NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams check through a series of milestones. They launched earlier this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Florida and are looking towards a docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. The team here in Mission Control in the White Flight Control Room is currently being led by the Orbit 3 Flight Director, Ed Van Cise.
All right, crew, we can just pause right here for a little bit. We're going to take a look at the data. And while you're paused, humidity's getting a little low. I'd like you to go ahead and on the cabin temp dial, just go a little bit cooler, see if we can get the humidity back up or stabilized.
Okay, a little lower. We're at, I guess you can see it. We're right at minus 0.05 in X and 1 in Y and Z.
Yeah, concur.
And as we have discussed previously, because this is the first crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, there's a series of checkouts of the spacecraft that need to take place before the vehicle is certified for rotational missions to the International Space Station. So these far-field piloting checkouts are a part of that.
Okay, we're ready for you to pick up in the part of the procedure which has you take man-trans pulse size to 0.01 and do that step. But when you get to the next part where it says wait 30 seconds, we're just going to take another pause to look at the data, and we'll call you when we're ready to pick back up.
Okay, transpulse size is 0.01.
We see it.
And you are hearing the voice of the Capcom or capsule communicator, Neil Nagata, up to the crew talking about those pulses. Those are just small burns using the reaction control system thrusters. There are 28 RCS thrusters in all. Each can produce about 100 pounds of thrust. And they really do some of those fine adjustments of Starliner.
All right, Houston, we're standing by for trans auto on your call.
And we're checking. And be advised, we're suppressing a CM manifold 2 low pressure. Caution might pop up here depending on the thermal trends. There's no leak or anything. We're just going to suppress that caution to keep it, to lower the nuisance from it. We may have to do some cleanup if it rings, though.
We appreciate that heads up. Thanks.
And that suppressed caution that just hit the board is the one we were expecting.
Copy.
And on this graphic here on your screen, you are seeing the Starliner spacecraft. Again, we do not have live views of the spacecraft at this time, but we will hopefully get some great views tomorrow ahead of docking. Again, that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. You can see that Starliner's nose cone is open. It will remain open all the way through the docking portion, as there is some important navigation and guidance equipment underneath of that nose cone. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams continue to perform the manual targeted translation burn maneuvers, and next up they'll work to evaluate charging the batteries of the Starliner spacecraft by flying in a tail-to-sun attitude. Again, these are all just a part of the checkouts ahead of certification. If needed for any reason, while the spacecraft is a mainly autonomous vehicle, it's important to have the certification of these capabilities if required. Meanwhile, on the International Space Station, there are 7 human beings living and working aboard. That includes a series of astronauts as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts. Oleg Kononenko, who is the commander of the International Space Station, who just yesterday surpassed his 1,000th day in space. There's also Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin of Roscosmos, as well as NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matt Dominic, and Jeanette Epps. When Butch and Suni arrive to the International Space Station, the number of crew aboard will go up to 9 for about a week or so while they complete their flight aboard the space station. Now, once these far-field piloting checkouts do wrap up, we will look ahead towards some words from the crew utilizing the Mustang system. We were targeting a similar event from the crew earlier today. However, that did not take place due to some of these far-field piloting checkouts occurring. But we will look towards hearing from them here in a little while once they do wrap up all of these checkouts.
We're still looking at the data here on the ground. Curious, though, about the tablet that you plugged in, what its charge is, and if you can take a quick peek at the centerline camera, see what we got to work with.
Stand by. The one that we just put on the charger, Suni was using one, so we took mine and put it on the charger. It was at 46, and now it's 52, and we surmise it's been probably half an hour.
And Butch, was that the number 12 tablet? And we're assuming that you have a tablet connected to the centerline camera.
That's affirmative. That's number 12. Yeah, the centerline camera, we couldn't see anything, so we powered it down for now.
Okay, copy that.
That was when we were on the dark side.
Yeah, roger that. So we've got 52% charging on number 12.
Affirmative. And we're standing by.
And how's the other tablet doing?
Currently at 69. It's running bold.
Okay, copy that. And that's SN9, right?
Affirmative.
Great. Thanks, Butch. And yeah, we're still looking at the data from the demo.
Okay.
Teams here on the ground continuing to monitor the data that came down from the far field piloting and operation capability checkouts that have been ongoing for some time now. You did hear the voice of the Capcom or capsule communicator, Neil Nagata, as he talked to the crew a little bit about some charge levels on the tablets on board Starliner.
And Starliner just status. Still crunching the numbers down here. Gonna be just a few more minutes, maybe 5 minutes tops, then I'll get back to you.
Copy. Standing by.
And before I take two down here on the ground during the Vesta data collection, we're going to need to have one of y'all peel off, and we're going to do a sublimator refill. I just wanted to give you that as a big picture call. We've got that on the plan down here. You guys don't have it, but we'll be ready to talk you through that when we get there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And you did hear a little bit of forward plan from the Capcom Neil Nagata to the crew on board Starliner, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, in regards to the sublimator and the radiator. They are going to plan to provide a fill of that. The sublimator is installed on the lower dome section of the cabin and consists of a heat exchanger and a water tank. So again, they are going to work to refill that a little bit later today.
And Starliner, in other news, we are about to enunciate the low humidity caution. When that message comes into alarm, just for data, we'd like to know where the cabin temp dial is, and then if you're comfortable, adjust it down further. Now, if you get outside of that, the tape range, it's going to require very small steps.
Right now, I'm about halfway between the red, it looks like red tape, and the white tape. So it's about, I don't know, 10:30.
Okay, copy that. And if you take it down to the white tape, if you guys are comfortable, that might help us stay away from this low humidity mess.
All right, I'm as low as that little marker shows. That's the red tape side, so I'm on the red tape. Can you remind us, Houston, the location of the sublimator refill kit? We'll start digging it out.
All right, yeah, we'll take a look at that. There's the caution. So Katie is advising around 10 o'clock, and that should be in a white tape area.
Yeah, the white tape looks like it's at 11 o'clock, and the red tape looks like it's maybe 9:30. When we started out, it was on the white tape, and I went, when you told me to cool it down a little bit, I went below it.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thanks for that description. We'll take it to about 9:30 or 10 o'clock and see how it does.
Okay, great, that's where it's at.
Starliner, ready for you to pick up in the Farfield piloting checkout where it says clean up remaining Delta V trans auto.
Okay, here comes trans auto.
Roger.
And Houston T-Guide trans, there it goes, it just go out, 3402. All right, going back to transpulse.
All right, yeah, we're ready for that, and we're ready for you to do step 4.4.
And on your screen, you're continuing to see this animation of the Starliner spacecraft as those far-field piloting checkouts continue. NASA astronaut and commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, is manually flying Starliner right now using the RCS, or Reaction Control System thrusters, in order to have short bursts of firings as part of that targeted translation burn checkout. In all, there are 28 RCS thrusters, each with about 100 pounds of thrust, and these...
marker pin is, location is belaying us. Might you have a quick call for where it would be?
Stand by. We'll get it.
And the next checkout that we'll look ahead towards is the evaluation of charging the batteries by flying tail to sun. This ensures that Starliner can have its batteries charged with the solar arrays.
Two options for you, toolkit or contingency bag. Both of them have the marker.
Yeah, we found markers that got Sharpies. I don't think we want that one. And then we got a grease pencil. Is that it?
Yeah, grease pencil.
All right, Houston, we're ready for the last half of 4.5 and pitch down to 20 and mark again.
Ready.
All right, Houston, we're ready to go to 213. Tab 2.
Ready.
And the crew is continuing to work through those far-field piloting checkouts. The last checkout that they will do in this area is to evaluate how the batteries charge by flying tail to sun and utilizing Starliner solar arrays.
Starliner, be advised, timeline-wise, since we have to start the vested data collect on time, we're looking at moving the PAO event for Mustang and the flight test feedback blocks into your pre-sleep block.
Okay, that's fine with us.
And those words from the Capcom Anil Nagata up to the crew, just letting them know that there's going to be a slight adjustment in their timeline and schedule due to some of the upcoming VESTA checkouts, or the vision-based navigation system. So it looks like the PAO Mustang event as well as their daily planning conference will move into their pre-sleep period, but they do have some wiggle room when it comes to that sleep period, so should be no issue to accomplish both of those tasks in that time frame.
Starliner, you're going to pick up in step 5 in far-field piloting. And related to that, for the Nordo plan, we've got confirmation of successful far-field manual piloting demos. And that'll be the recommendation to the IMMP tonight, or the MMP tonight.
Awesome. Great news. We're ready to pick up in step 5, and just FYI, I am in the left seat.
Yeah, roger that. Have fun.
And you did hear that call up to the crew just now, letting them know that the manual piloting demo that they have been working on for quite some time was successful overall. Again, this is all part of that certification process of Starliner ahead of regular rotational missions to the International Space Station. So far this afternoon, the crew has completed a variety of tests and checkouts of the Starliner spacecraft system, including manual piloting utilizing the star tracker data as we discussed earlier, as well as performing manual maneuvers and did a targeted translation burn. Next up, they'll work to evaluate how the batteries charge by flying in a tail-to-sun attitude. This will make sure that those solar arrays on Starliner are able to receive power from the sun. And at this time, Starliner is now in that tail-to-sun orientation.
All right, Houston, we had the sun in the overhead window. Now we're pitching 160 degrees, putting on our tail.
Roger.
And continuing to step through those far-field piloting checkouts, the crew is in the very last one for now. The vehicle, the spacecraft, is in tail-to-sun mode, and they are going to be evaluating how well the solar rays are able to gather power from the sun. And these checkouts are running a little bit long. The crew did hear that the targeted PAO Mustang event, as well as one of their flight test evaluation feedback meetings, were going to move into their pre-sleep period. But again, there is some wiggle room in the schedule, so should be able to knock both of those out before the crew does get some rest.
All right, Houston, we've got some good watts. Looks like we're getting a good charge going here.
Yeah, we concur.
Hey, just a couple degrees off. Outstanding. I tell you that wattage, watching the watts when it started, it actually went peaked and it started going the other way, and I told her to stop, and obviously we went past it. So that's actually a really good marker.
Yeah, I think it looks great down here too.
Okay, we're ready for step 6 when y'all are.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, it's taking me a little longer to get back to you there. We're talking about removing the inhibits on the IR shutters to get some more stand by. And no action cabin humidity. We're just sitting right there at the caution limit. Going back to what I was saying.
Okay, we got your noise.
We're going to remove the inhibits from the IRs to get some more imagery data, but just putting that plan together now. Give me a couple more minutes.
Okay, we're standing by on 6.1.
And we did hear communications up to the crew regarding the solar array performance. Looks like that went smoothly. Good news there. Next up, the crew is going to work to get the vehicle configured for the Vesta checkouts and data collection activity. The Vesta is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly, and it's really a vision-based system used for tracking that helps with the docking and tracking of Starliner in its free flight and undocking portions. The crew is going to work to collect data on this system and provide that to the ground for analysis as part of the checkouts of this test flight. Early in the mission, Vesta is a long-range tracking mode due to its far distance away from the International Space Station, and it monitors the space station from afar. But as Starliner does get closer to space station, it becomes more visible to the system, and then it is able to track based.
No action again, humidity low. We're talking about options to manage that humidity so we get off the caution limit.
Again, it will utilize the space station features, including handrails or stickers, to ensure that it is in the docking access and has that proper alignment of the spacecraft before it docks to the Harmony module of the International Space Station. We are targeting that docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
Brendan Burrows reporting in as the Boeing commentator at this point. Just like what was mentioned, we are moving into a different section of the flight test objectives right now, where we'll be doing some Vesta data collection. We just completed a lot of our steps needed to do some of the manual controls that were allowed, the astronauts were able to do with the spacecraft at this point. And some people may have a question of, we hear you guys talk about a manual mode, and also hear you guys sometimes bring up the backup mode, and that's a really good question. So what I want to do is clarify kind of some of the differences there. Manual mode is basically...
All right, for the humidity story, what we're going to do is close the HCS valve, see how that helps us manage the humidity. What I'm going to need from you is your assessment of if the noise of the valve actuating is going to disturb your sleep. And then for the far field demo, we're ready for you to pick up in step 6.
Okay, we copy that. We'll give you an assessment of how the valve sounds, and we are ready to pick up in step 6.
Yeah, we're with you in step 6.
So in a nominal situations, basically what you're expecting for the crew capsule, what it does is it docks with the International Space Station in an autonomous fashion, where there is no crew needed to dock. So that's what we expect to do, and that's actually what we've done in the past. That's what we did during OFT2, where there was no crew. We docked with the International Space Station autonomously. Now in manual mode, the difference is the crew will use the hand controller to directly provide inputs into the flight computer, whereas before it was autonomous by way of your computer system. So instead of it being your computer giving you inputs into your flight computers, it'll be the hand controller of your crew providing that in manual mode. Now, the difference in backup mode is basically the situation will be you have no flight computers at all, or for whatever reason they're all turned off at the same time, and you're able to use the hand controller to provide direct inputs into the propulsion controllers and control your thrusters that way. So it bypasses the flight computer all the way, and you're able to provide direct input directly into your prop controllers. So that's the difference between manual and backup mode.
And we're fitting to close the HCS1 ISO valve. That'll be coming close in the next few seconds.
Roger.
And HS ISO valve 1 is now closed, and same with the humidity message. Now that the valve's closed or open, the humidity will pick back up and get us off that caution rail.
Okay, neither one of us reported hearing anything associated with that valve.
Okay, great. We're gonna probably reopen it here when the humidity comes back up and see if that's the way to manage it. So we should do that before you go to bed, and I'll see if the opening makes noises too.
Okay, sounds good. And we are ready for a tap stop 45, CMIPC 3 on.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
And you did hear those words up to the crew from the Capcom, Neil Nagata, letting them know about the humidity valve and just ensuring that that stays within limits by managing the valve there. So looking like that.
CMIPC 3 is on, ready for you guys to pick up at 6.2.
Okay, we see it on. We're doing steps 6.2. Stand by.
Also, in regards to some of the discussion about the humidity, the system was actually created for 4 people, meant to be for 4 people. So the humidity system is actually overachieving with just 2. So just want to provide some clarification there.
IPC 3 looks great to us. We're ready for you to take your steps in 6.3.
It works.
Houston, are you ready for sequence 31?
Yeah, we're ready. And same thing with the cabin humidity caution. I'm expecting it to cycle a little bit more.
Copy. Here we go. Sequence 31. Houston, we're ready for point, then trans auto, if you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready for that too.
And the crew now working just to wrap up all those far field piloting checkouts after completing them. They're going to get the spacecraft into the proper configuration ahead of those VESTA checks.
All right, Houston, are you ready for 10.807?
Not quite. I'm fitting to give you the fill-ins at the top, and then there'll be a small break. Let me get those numbers from Moose. And when you guys are ready for the fill-ins in step 1.1, let me know.
Why don't you give them to me? I'll tell you when we're ready for the next. Ready for the first one.
Okay, why don't I just give you the first three there. It's going to be hours, minutes, seconds. 20, 20, correction. 20:3241. 20:4041. LVLH.
Stand by. Stand by.
Roger.
Okay, we got 203241 and 204041. And the next one, LVLH.
Yeah, LVLH. Good readback. Are you ready for the next four?
Just give us the first one.
Okay, yeah, copy. It's going to be 20:58:41.
20:58:41.
Good readback. Next one's 21:06:41.
21:06:41.
Good readback. The next one's 21:34:00.
21:34:00.
All right, and LVLH.
LVLH.
Okay, so you can tell that we've got about, 25 minutes or so before we need to get into this. We'll take the PAO Mustang events, and then I'll get you prepped for the sublimator refill if we've got time between then and now.
Okay, so for the Mustang event, it's already rolling. All we got to do is just kind of get in front of one of the cameras and start chatting, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And for the comm, we use the handset, is that right? Or the hand right here, the handheld mic?
Yeah, that's right. Handheld mic.
At this time, the crew is going to get set up and ready for a PAO Mustang event, essentially providing remarks on camera for deferred downlink. We won't see them on camera in real time, however, we will see that after the fact, but we will be able to hear them as they provide remarks about the flight thus far. And again, if you are just joining us, we are now over 5 hours into the crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, which launched NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams from Florida earlier this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. So far, the crew has completed a series of far-field and manual piloting checkouts in anticipation of Starliner certification for rotational missions to the International Space Station. At this time, we are standing by ahead of a Public Affairs Office Mustang event where the crew will provide their thoughts and remarks on their space flight thus far and the checkouts that just occurred. The crew is just working to get everything set up ahead of that event.
Houston, we are ready for the Mustang. How about y'all?
Yeah, we'll take your audio.
Okay, well, we're going to start here in just a second, and